is Ruth Ann Sims. In left field will be Alvonia Hall. Right field is none other than Gabrielle Nixon. And in center field today, Laura Henschel. Shortstop is Alavia Hall. So, again, they're going to have a pretty good matchup here. We're going to see how this turns out. Looking at the batting order for Exuma as they get their first batter into the batter's box right now as we get ready to start this thing. There's Sherman Major behind the plate. He will be the home plate umpire. We mentioned earlier he's called in 3 different sporting events here at these Bahamas games. He's called baseball, he's called softball, and now also basketball. I think he's one of the few that's doing all that. So that's a lot. And it looks like we are underway. 10-10 our starting time. That is ball 1 to count. And officially getting started with our softball activities. Boy, they had a late night last night. Finished up right after about 1 o'clock in the morning with that men's game between Long Island and Exuma, with Long Island staying undefeated. And they got the win over Exuma 6-2 in what was a pretty intense ball game. Everybody enjoying themselves throughout the course of the night there. And so what more can you say? And that is in there for a strike. Look a little low, but that's been the trend here for a lot of these batters. You got to make that adjustment in the batter's box. 1-1, and here's the 1-1 delivery. On the mound for Michael, Brenda Ferguson. And that's strike 2. She's got right back into this thing after delivering a ball to start things off. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Trying to finish off the leadoff batter. Here's a good look at Ferguson on your screen. And that misses down and in, 2-2. And we welcome all of our viewers on channel 230 and 211 who are joining us here today. Those of you listening on radio 1540 in the islands, thank you as well for making us a part of your morning. Strike 3 swinging, down she goes, and that'll be the first out of the morning. Good start there for Ferguson. And here is young Miss Shea coming up to the batter's box here for Exuma. 1 up, 1 down, and a good start here. Had a little rain in the early a.m. That's helped to tap down some of the dust that was out here. That's good for the players, certainly. Although I'd imagine this infield is going to be a little harder to play on now because it's going to be a little quicker. Depending on who you are, that might be good, that might be bad. Meanwhile, ball 1 to Shea. And here's Ferguson with the pitch. Driven to the right side and through for a base hit. So Shea continues her good hitting. She's on board with a leadoff, with a single here, I should say. 1 down, a runner on base for Exuma. They're in business. So with 1 down, Exuma now getting something going here offensively here in the top of the first. Exuma versus Michael, one of our many games on the schedule for today, but it's the first one we have on air. Actually, it's the first game of the morning. And Crystal Taylor tried to put the bunt down and is caught up by the catcher. And she is disgusted. See her slam the bat down. She is not happy with that play. Trying to execute the bunt, couldn't get it done. Now with 2 gone, we'll see if Latira Brown here can get something done. Well, Latira came up to me yesterday. She heard somebody, I guess, mentioned the fact that I said she used to be a lot faster. Somebody said, boy, she said to me, I heard you was telling everybody I got slow. I said, well, you're right. I mean, I did say it. You're not as fast as you used to be. So whoever's giving her the message, tell her I said it again. Latira Brown at the plate. Swing and a miss, strike 2, and a throw down to second base. They're going to try to get Shea, and the ball gets away from the shortstop. She'll be safe. Umpire Spurgeon Johnson right on top of it. Nothing into the count to Brown. And swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll be it. So Brown goes down swinging. Exuma gets the runner on board, but that's about as good as it's going to get. They're going to have to go back to the dugout, start from scratch here. Bottom of the first coming up. First at bat for Michael. They'll lead things off at Alvonia Hall, followed by Tyler Miller and Alavia Hall. I got to check to see if I'm related to them. Gabrielle Nixon batting cleanup today. So there goes Exuma trotting out onto the field for their first time at defense. Let's see if we can give the lineups for them. On the mound for Exuma today will be April Dean. Catching will be Nisaka Curling. First base is Brown, Lathira Brown. We just saw her bat. Over at second will be boy, this writing is it? I'm trying to read the writing. They sat up here and on the score sheet. It looks like Rhonda. And Rhonda will play over at second base. Third baseman will be Crystal Taylor. Shortstop, Petra Pointier. And then we get to the outfield. They'll have Yvette Munnings in left. Grace Shea, who we just saw as well, get the base hit in center field. And over in right field will be Michael Arrow. And if I said any of those names wrong, blame the person that wrote the lineup. If I could show you what this looks like, you know, that would tell you. Anyway, we're good to go. Bottom of the first inning coming up. Once again, welcoming all of our viewers and listeners, wherever you may be. Whether in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas or elsewhere, tuning in on our network across the world through social media. We appreciate you making us again a part of your day. We've had some pretty good softball, I'll tell you that much, over the last few days. Good to see fast pitch back again. Fans have certainly appreciated it. We've had a full house every single evening. And actually even throughout the day. So we're ready to go now for the bottom half of the first inning. And there's your leadoff hitter, Alvonia Hall, leading off for Exuma, for Mike Cal, sorry. Shows bunt. That takes strike one. On the mound for Mike Cal, for Exuma. April Dean misses with that one. High and back to the backstop there for ball one. 1-1. One ball, one strike here to Hall. Starting off the game here for this Mike Cal team. Leadoff hitter, hoping to get herself on board. This time she does get the bunt down, catches up and running. And the throw is going to be over the head of the first baseman. Hall makes a wide turn, headed down to second. And she's going to try for third base here. All right, so that turns into a two-base error. A single and two bases on the overthrow. And with a runner at third base, nobody out here for Mike Cal. Just what the doctor ordered to start things off here. Not what you wanted to do if you're Exuma. Should have been a routine play. Should catcher got to it in plenty of time. Throw was just too high. So here's Tyler Miller now looking to bring that run in. And that's strike one. Miscues have been some of the problems we've seen a lot of these teams face. Takes a swing and goes right over the top of it. Tyler Miller. Runner stays put at third. Ball did get away from the catcher temporarily, but not far enough to allow the runner to advance. Here comes the delivery here. Gets away from the catcher. That's going to... Well, Hall wisely went about halfway and then changed her mind about trying to get in there. Meanwhile, it's another ball for Tyler Miller. 2 balls, 1 strike. Actually, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Outside and away. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes, so you can leave it right there, guys. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I was a little ahead of myself. Maybe I had a foreshadowing. Here we go. 2-2 now. To Tyler Miller. And she'll swing right over the top for the strikeout. Down she goes and makes the jog back to the dugout. Out number 1. That brings up Alavia Hall here. She hits one deep to left field. Left fielder charging in. Off the tip of the glove and can't make the catch. Run's going to score. Now she can't get it up. She can't pick it up. And Hall ends up at second base. Thought for a second there she'd made the catch. Left fielder came in pretty well on that one. In fact, Munnings snow coned it off the edge of the glove and couldn't quite hold on to it. Then she had trouble fielding it, picking it up off the ground. And that allowed Hall to get to second base. Run scores, and it's 1-0 here in favor of Mike Gal. Still 1 away. Here's Gabrielle Nixon now at the plate. And Nixon takes ball 1. Ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. That's in there, strike 2. So quickly ahead here in the count. April Dean trying to avoid giving up anything else here. April. And foul away down the right side. Ball and 2 strikes now on Gabrielle Nixon. Early morning here at the ballpark. Already action getting started. And Nixon swings right through it. She goes down on strikes. 2 strikeouts now for April Dean. And now 2 away. That brings Ruth Ann Sims to the plate. Now Ruth is batting cleanup today for good reason. Well, actually she's batting 5th today, which gets away, and the runner's off and running down to third base anyway. She was trying to steal the bag, and when it got away from the catch, she just kept right on going. So Hall at third. Acts for timeout, tying the laces. One count to Ruth Sims. A little slow trickler out to the shortstop. Throw over the first base. It's going to be offline. And Ruth will be safe. Meanwhile, a run comes in. Make it 2-0. So 2 poor throws to first base when they could have been out of this inning have cost Exuma on the defensive end. Execution has been a problem here for the Navigators here in the bottom of the first inning. There's a good look at Latira Brown. First baseman over there. She's had some tough tasks. That one's hit to left field. Left fielder can't get to it, gets by her. That's going to cost 1 run to score. Ruth is on a horse and using the speed here to come right behind her. Almost ran Ruth down. Was Kelly. So add 2 more to the tally, make it 4-0. Well, actually, Hall scored before this, so it's actually 5-0. Is it 4? 4. Okay, so it's 4-0. 4-0 here in the bottom of the first. And a meeting at the mound now as the defense comes together trying to figure this thing out. But not the way you wanted to start this game if you're Exuma. And really, they could have been out of it had it been not for a couple of errors. And so they'll try it again. Another batter coming to the plate. This is now Brendia Ferguson. 8 hitter for this Mike Cal team. She backs out of the way of ball 1. Ball and no strikes to Ferguson. Dean with the pitch. That's in there for a strike. Now Ferguson doesn't look too comfortable in the batter's box. She's backing away. As soon as the release, she's backing out of the batter's box. So I don't know. She's a little gun shy in the batter's box here. 1-1 to count. This time she stays put. Swings through it though. Strike 2. So a good chance here for Exuma now to finally get out of this inning. With Brendia Ferguson on the ropes. Ball and 2 strikes on her. April Dean will look to finish her off, and here comes the 1-2 pitch. She swings to it, strike 3, and that does it. Goes down swinging, does Brendia Ferguson, and finally Exuma getting off the field. At the end of 1, though, it is Mike Cal with the 4-0 lead. Top of the second, just around the corner. Stay with us, folks. We got more softball coming up in just a few. Second inning. And there goes strike 1. Leadoff hitter for Exuma. Good lead now for Mike Cal. 4 up 4-0. Scoring all 4 runs there in the bottom of the first. One and 1. This is Michaela Roll in the batter's box now, leading things off for Exuma. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Dean. So that's Ferguson with the pitch. That misses low. 2 balls, 1 strike here. 2-1 to count. Facing off against Roll. That one shot to the right side and foul. Thought Thomas Sayers, the first base coach for Exuma, getting out of the way of that one. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Little comeback into the pitcher, throws from the knees, and that's the first out. Scoring at home, that would be 1-3 for the putout. 1 gone. That's going to bring up Yvette Munnings now, the left fielder, for her first at bat. Takes ball 1 high. One 1-0 pitch coming in. That's a strike. Count even now, 1-1. Pops it up and out of play for strike number 2. Fouled it straight back. So Munnings now in a hole. 1 ball, 2 strikes here, facing off against Brendia Ferguson. Just joining us, it's the top of the 2nd inning. Mike Cal, 4 runs in the bottom of the inning to take the lead. Bottom of the 1st. That's going to be a dead ball. Count stays 1 ball, 2 strikes. Made some contact, but it never left the batter's box area, so dead ball situation. 1 and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Pops it up into the air. Could be trouble. And what a catch! Oh my goodness! Diving catch there by the second baseman, Ruth Ann Sims. So that's a third baseman who came over and made that catch. What a play there, I gotta say. Olivia Hall, the shortstop, coming all the way across the field to make the diving catch for out number 1. And that's fired up the Exuma squad as strike 1 right down Broadway, thrown by Brendia Ferguson to Curling. Now Curling gets a piece of that one, drives it foul. Misaka Curling at the plate now for Exuma. She's got 2 strikes on her now, so she's got to be very protective of the plate. Anything close, you got to let those hands good. That one too far down and in, takes it for a ball. The count is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now Brendia Ferguson back on the mound, letting this one go. There's the pitch. Little ground ball up to second base. Throw over to first base is going to be too high and over the head. Curley makes a turn and heads down to second. She'll be safe. So much like Exuma here, we've seen a lot of throws over the head of the first baseman. Maybe a little anxious trying to get the ball to first base in a hurry, overthrowing it. But it gives Exuma a base runner when it should have been an out. Well, the saying is, 3 things got to happen when you put the ball in play. The fielder's got to field it, got to throw it, and then the first baseman's got to catch it. They got 2 parts of it right. Just couldn't get the 3rd part. Good things happen when you swing the bat, they say. 2 out. They're going to bring in the courtesy runner for the catcher here. She's going to go and get dressed. And how the courtesy runner works is the last out comes in and runs for him. So a chance here for Exuma to put some runs on the board with 2 gone. Down in the dirt for a ball there. This is the opposing pitcher, April Dean, now in the batter's box. Both pitchers hitting for themselves today. Inside for another ball. Well, I'll tell you what, man, she's taking one heck of a lead off that base pad at second base on every single pitch. She's like halfway to third. 2-0. That's strike 1. Oh, swings right through the fastball. Boy, that had a little velocity on it. And throw back over to second and knock it to the ground. A little exchange of smiles. Love to see the camaraderie here. 2 strikes on the batter, April Dean. Gets a piece of it. Down to first base, going to hustle on there and get the out. First baseman plays it herself. And the foot race won by the first baseman that time. Tyler Miller fielding it and running down to first base to get the out unassisted. And that's going to do it. We'll move to the bottom of the second now. Mike Cal coming back up, trying to add some more runs to their total. We'll see if they can get it done. Exuma taking back the field. So they get a runner on board, but nothing doing. As once again, Mike Cal able to close the door on the defensive side of things. It remains a 4-0 game. Bottom of the second coming up now. Bottom of the second inning. We got a lot of softball coming your way today. Meanwhile, let's get you caught up on some of the games in from last night. Some of the action yesterday. They had a bunch of games yesterday as well. We got some time and we'll get you caught up on some of the scores from yesterday's evening sessions. Actually, the entire day. I got all the scores in from yesterday. So let's get you caught up on how that went down. So early in the morning session, you had a ladies game. Mike Cal, they beat Columbus Owls. We had that game actually on radio for you, on television for you. 12-3 ends up being the final score. Mike Cal won. And then you had Grand Bahamas men beating Mike Cal 14-2. Exuma. Remember that game? It was a controversial one with Exuma winning with the protest over Long Island. Long Island at the time was up 4-1 in the bottom of the third inning when Exuma lodged a protest from a legal player. And Exuma gets the win. Eleuthera, meanwhile, on the men's side, beat Andros 8-1. Andros ladies over Eleuthera's women 3-0. I'll get you caught up on the rest of the scores in a minute. Meanwhile, we're back to live play. So Mike Cal back to the batter's box now, looking to add to their run total. And we have pitcher versus pitcher yet again. As stepping into the batter's box for Mike Cal is Brendia Ferguson to face off against April Dean. 1 ball, no strike. And missing inside, 2-0. So we have the opposing pitcher in the batter's box. For Mike Cal, this is Brandia Ferguson. And she'll take a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike now. Two balls, 1 strike now. The count as Brandia Ferguson charges one to the left side. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Left fielder's got to go into the bushes for it. Not really. But Ferguson showing some speed here. Is going to hustle on down to third, and she will be in there with a stand-up triple. A 3-bagger for Brandia Ferguson. Got that one down the line, and they just kept traveling. By the time the left fielder got to it, Brandia Ferguson showing some speed there, ends up on third base. Timeout called by Thomas Sears, the manager. He's going to bring his troops in. They're trying to keep this game close, if you will. But a good start here for Mike Cal in the bottom of the second to get the leadoff lady on board with a triple. Good piece of hitting there by Brandia Ferguson. So while the timeout's going on, let me give you the rest of those scores. Columbus Isles beat Mike Cal's men yesterday, 11-0. New Providence ladies, well, they blasted Abaco 19-1. New Providence men, they beat Abaco 12-4. Then we had the feature ladies contest with Grand Bahama losing to Long Island 8-1, and then the Long Island men in a game that nobody left the ballpark last night. I mean, just everybody stayed around. It was a full house. Game didn't start until about after midnight, but nobody left. Long Island men staying undefeated. They beat Exuma 6-2. And that's how we set things up moving into today. Meanwhile, a leadoff triple here for Brandia Ferguson in the bottom of the second puts them with a chance to add some more runs. And here is Laurel Henschel at the plate. Shows bunt, pulls it back, ball 1. So Henschel ahead in the count, 1-0. April Dean trying to figure out a way to get these batters out. Henschel offers at a ball down in the dirt. For 1 strike. She squared the bunt. I mean, that thing didn't even reach the plate. She still tried to bunt it. And as a result, ends up with a strike to her credit. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Henschel as Dean steps back onto the rubber. Pitch comes in. Missing inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 the count to Henschel. Nobody out here in the bottom of the second. 2-1 pitch about to come in here from April Dean. Henschel puts it on the ground at third base. They're going to go over to first base to get the out, and the run scores. Well, I thought Crystal Taylor had a chance to go home. She was playing in. Runner was moving on contact. Taylor might have had a chance to throw her out at home, but instead goes across the diamond, trading the run for the out. One gone, but it's now 5-0. And swinging right over the top of that first pitch for a strike. Is the leadoff lady, Alvonia Hall. Left fielder Hall, who was scored the game's first run. Takes the ball there to count 1-1. A ball and 1 strike to Hall. April Dean back on the rubber looking for the sign. Here she gets it, and here comes the pitch. tap it to the first baseman. Brown's going to hustle on back and make the play herself. One away. So Latira Brown, a.k.a. TD, making the play for the first out here in the bottom of the second. Here comes Tyler Miller, who struck out her first time at the plate. Tyler Miller batting. Swings over and fouls it down the third baseline. Strike one. First baseman Tyler Miller batting now for Mike Cal. That time she drives one to the outfield. Center fielder drifting back over the head. Miller on her way to second. Makes the turn, heads now to third base. The throw start just coming in now. They're going to wave Tyler home. And Tyler Miller, the inside the park home run. I think Miller almost ran out of her pants. She was trying to fix her pants as she was running. But she gets the inside the park home run there. What a misplayed ball by Grace Shea. Trying to track it, she went back on it, but couldn't quite get the glove up in time. Went over her head. Once that happened, it was a wrap. She had a long way to go. Tyler Miller just kept running. Make it 6-0, Mike Cal. And up next here is Olavia Hall. The shortstop who made a nice diving catch earlier in the first inning. To steal a hit away from Exuma. She's ahead in the count now. 1 ball, no strikes. That one's driven to the outfield as well. Another base hit. Another misplayed ball, and she's going to hustle on down to second here, showing some speed, and in there safely with a nice pop-up slide. I love it. A double there for Olavia Hall, showing some speed. Thinking 2 out of the batter's box and some athleticism as well with the pop-up slide. Exuma in business, still nobody out. Here comes Gabrielle Nixon, timeout called again by Exuma. They want to talk it over. And I think the catcher is saying, maybe Dean is missing the spots here, but that looks like what she's trying to tell her. They're having a little discussion between the two of them. Now Latira Brown and Crystal Taylor joining the conversation as well. The score is 6-0. Our score. With Hall at second base, and here is Gabrielle Nixon. She struck out her last at bat. Trying to do a little something different this time around. Take strike one, though. April Dean looks in and now ready to deliver the 0-1 pitch. Swinging over the top is Nixon. Hall is hustling down to third, and she's going to be in there safely. Third baseman Crystal Taylor is imploring the catcher to throw it down there, but she does not. Now Hall just 60 feet away from scoring yet another run for Mike Cal. Remember, nobody out still. And now there is one because Nixon strikes out. And you know what? I think that's out number 3. All right, so that's out number 3. I don't know how I missed it. Maybe because all the action in between. But 3 away, but not before Mike Cal adds a couple more runs. They're leading now 6-0. We'll head to the top of the third, but we'll do so right after this break. Stay with us, guys. Lots more softball to come here on the network. welcome you back, our viewers and listeners, wherever you may be. Those of you tuning in on 1540 in the islands, we thank you as well. And, of course, our viewers on Channel 230 and Channel 211. Social media platforms also streaming our broadcast. So wherever, again, you may be in the world or in the Bahamas, we thank you so much for making us a part of your day. We are officially underway in the third part of our softball segment. 3 days of softball here at the Bankers Field. And you're watching a game on the ladies division between MyCal and Exuma. And if you're seeing your screen right now, it says MyCal 6, Exuma zip. And MyCal has been full control the entire time here at the batter's box. In the batter's box, I should say, for Exuma is Rionda. 3 balls, 1 strike. That's in there, strike number 2. Right down Broadway, and I think she was hoping for ball 4, but good pitch that time from Brandia Ferguson. Umpire confirms what we already knew. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and let's continue play here. 3-2 pitch coming in. Fouls it away to stay alive. Three-two is the count here to the leadoff hitter. Second baseman for Exuma. And again, just barely able to get a bat on it to stay alive. So she'll face at least one more pitch here. 3-2, still the count. And they'll try it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Missing inside, ball 4, so she draws the walk. So a leadoff walk there for the hitter. They got a runner on base. They'll need a lot more of that. They're trying to get back into this game. Back to the top of the order now as Petra Poitier comes back in to face Brandia Ferguson. We'll see if she's got better luck this time around. Take strike 1, though. Strike 1 count. So I don't know. This is still a regular season, regular play. Somebody just asked me, and I think they wanted to know from Mike Corbett. I don't know if this is anybody want gold, silver, and bronze. We're still playing here, so obviously we haven't had any gold medal games yet. 6-0 our score. So folks back in the studio. No, we haven't had any medal delivered. We're still playing. They haven't even got to the playoffs yet. That'll happen today. Oh, 1 pitch. Down into third. 1-1. It's a nice job behind the plate by the catcher to get in front of that thing. That's been a pass ball for a lot of these catches in the ladies division. But she blocked it very nicely. 1-1. And again, nice play by the catcher, man. She's a throw behind the runner, and I think they got her. What a nice play. Not only making the stop, but the runner took a big lead and anticipating that it would get past her. And boy, what a good play. A throw, a fire, a bullet down to second base by Kelly to pick the runner off at first. 1 gone. And now 2 strikes here on the hitter, Petra Poitier. Well, I got to say, that's a play that a lot of when I say a lot of experienced catchers can't make, but that was well done. She's well coached. And again, a foul ball. She's not the biggest young lady. She's Kind of slim, actually, but she's playing that position well. Got some good athleticism behind that plate. And that's going to be strike 3. Make it 2 gone. So Portia strikes out. 2 away now here in the top of the 3rd. As the ladies from Mike Gal putting on a clinic here. And up steps Grace Shea. She's got one of the few hits this evening this morning, I should say, for Exuma. You haven't had many opportunities to smile here. Inside for a ball. Grace Shea playing center field in this one. It's also pitched for Exuma. Takes a nice swing at that. Fouls it straight back for strike 1. Well, I like the swing. Head was steady. Fluid coming through the nice even swing coming through. Just didn't square it up. She looks good. 1-1. Brandia Ferguson trying to finish it off. Hard hit and foul down the line. But she's getting some good cuts. She barreled that one up, came off the bat with a little bit of power there. So I'm sure the outfielders would back up a bit. Infielders may play a little bit deeper as well. She's shown that she can hit. Two strikes on Grace Shea. And Brandia Ferguson trying to close her out. Almost got to the chase, and she didn't, though. They're going to check it down to first base, and he says, no, she did not go. Shea started to run down to first base. I think she thought it was ball 4. She saw the umpire point down to first. I think she thought he was saying ball 4. He was just checking with the first base umpire to make sure to see if it was a strike. So she'll have to get back into the batter's box now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And now Brandia Ferguson back on the rubber. Here's the pitch. Tries to change up and misses high, and down to first base goes Shea. Ferguson with a little smile there. She was trying a little trickery, but just squeezed it a little bit too tight on the changeup. And here's Crystal Taylor. Her last time up, tried to bunt, popped it up, and was called out. Catcher was able to get over there and make the play. She was disgusted with that one, so let's see if she changes her fortunes here in this second at bat. Run at first base, Grace Shea. And now Crystal Taylor in the batter's box. And takes strike 1. So Brandia Ferguson going right after Crystal Taylor here with 2 gone. And she swings at a high fastball, much like that. Rat Taylor, the father of, that's not his real name, but that's his nickname. That's the only one I know him by. I've known him about his entire life. Pretty good softball and baseball player in his own right. Now his daughter Crystal. There's Brandia Ferguson. Misses with that one. Shea over at first base. Exuma still looking for their first run of the ball game. Here we are at the top of the 3rd. Pitch coming into Taylor. And again, she fouls it away. They'll change the softball here. I think it got a little scuff on it from hitting that fence off the foul ball. So the game of cat and mouse continues now between Crystal Taylor and Brandia Ferguson. Not sure who's the cat and who's the mouse. Hard ground ball down to the outfield. Shea makes the turn, heads down to third. And Crystal Taylor now on board with a single. So something brewing now for Exuma with 2 outs. They've got runners on the corners. And a chance here for Latira Brown to drive some runs in. Let's see if they can get something going. 2 outs brewing. Catcher doesn't hold on to it, so ball 1. And that's not an indication of whether it's going to be called a ball or strike either, but it helps. Hard for the umpire to see where it was if you don't catch it or if you don't hold on to it. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Fouled back for strike 1. 1-1. Coming up next, we have a men's game. Brown down to third base. Ruth Ann Sims. Nice, easy throw over the first base for the 3rd out. So Brown can't get the job done, and once again, Exuma comes up empty. They'll leave 2 runners on base, and we'll move to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's getting late now for Exuma. Running out of opportunities, but they're on the bad end of a 6-0 score. Columbus Alice men's getting ready to play next. And I'll find out who their opponents are shortly, but I do know the men are coming up behind this game, but we're still finishing up this one. Michael, 6-0, moving to the bottom of the 3rd. As Exuma coming back onto the field, hoping to at least keep it right where it is. 6 runs is not insurmountable. When it starts to get more than that, then you got a problem. Another day of softball here in these Bahamas games. And we're happy to have you with us to enjoy it. Meanwhile, lots of other sporting activities going on here in these games. Track and field is into its 2nd day. Boxing also into its 2nd day. Basketball wrapping up now. They're going to move into the playoff rounds, as will softball today. So, tell you what, we have one more day of action here in these games, so you know it's going to heat up a little bit. Heat being, well, not no pun intended, because it's been hot anyway over the last few days, but yeah, the action is heating up, figuratively and literally. Exuma maybe making some defensive changes. I see they're taking a while to set things up here in the outfield, and I see the umpire talking over there with Thomas Sayers, the coach. He's pointing some stuff out, so maybe they're making some defensive alignments here, hoping to maybe spark something different than what we've seen. They've given up runs in both the 1st and the 2nd innings. Trying to avoid doing that here in the 3rd. Beautiful Friday morning here in the capital. It's a Friday morning most places on this side of the world, I should say. 14th of July, 2023. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Our opening game here for softball. Got a lot of games to play today as they get down to the playoff round. They'll set that up, and then, of course, teams will start vying for that gold, silver, and bronze medal. On the men's side, you got a couple of teams that could potentially be contenders there, Long Island being one of them. Exuma, despite the loss to Long Island last night, still has to be considered one of the top teams. Grand Bahama men look also pretty solid, and New Providence, even though they don't have quite the pitching depth they would normally have, are still a pretty good team. So there's about 4 teams there that can do some damage. At the end of the day, it's just about who's going to execute at the right times. That's not to discount anybody else, but those are the 4 teams that have been able to play the best so far in this men's segment of the softball, the fast pitch, I should say. On the ladies' side, it's a little bit more clear-cut. The odds-on favorite is New Providence. They've been beating up on everybody and in grand fashion, really. They're going to be tough to beat. Grand Bahamas ladies also, and Long Island's ladies. Probably I would be thinking those are the 3 best teams in that division. So they're still trying to figure something out here as far as the fielding and stuff, I guess, before we move to the bottom of the 3rd. Hence a bit of a delay. I don't blame Latira for going back into the dugout. Maybe to enjoy some shade because it's hot out there. Well, it looks like they're going to bring Shea into the infield. Grace Shea. She was out in center. Now I see her at second base, so that's probably one of the defensive alignments they've made as well. Brown remains at first. Crystal Taylor still over there at third, and shortstop still manned by Petra Pointier. So the change was made in the outfield. Ruth Ann Sims skies one to the outfield, and it can't get to it. Shea unable to get to it, so a leadoff single now for Ruth Ann Sims. That thing was in the air a while, but nobody able to get to Sims. Like, man, I thought I hit it harder than that. Doesn't matter, Ruth Ann, you're on board. So again, Mike Cal in business as Ruth Ann Sims starts things off, and that brings up the catcher, Sister Kelly. And it looks as if Mike Cal's going to use a pinch runner here to run for Ruth Ann, who's not quite as fleet of foot as she once was. Mike Cal want to be sure they can have every opportunity here to add some more runs. Kelly sends it to the outfield. Left fielder drops in and makes the catch. And the throw comes in. Runner does not advance. So Kelly comes up with an empty trip, unable to even advance the runner there. So an unproductive out, if you will. But I'm sure she won't get too much chafing from the rest of her team. She had an inside the Parker earlier and made some great defensive plays behind the plate. So here is Cartwright now behind, ready to hit. And she swings at one, fouls it back. So what April Dean is hoping for is that they're able to not give up any runs here in this inning. Here in the bottom of the 3rd. And then have their final at bat where they can hopefully try to get back in it. Well, actually, this is the bottom of 3rd, so this may be actually it. That one's driven to the left side, but gets out of play for a foul ball. There's Renee Davis, one of the coaches for Mike Cal. April Dean on the mound for Exuma. That should have been she didn't step off there. That's going to be exactly a free base. That's an illegal pitch, or if you were playing baseball, what would it amount to a balk here? So The runner's going to go down to second base. She started the motion and never finished it. So that allows the runner to go on down to second. And now they're going to walk the hitter to get to, I guess, to keep the force alive, to keep the double play going. Runners will now be at first and second. So up to bat now. That was actually Alavia Hall. So now here is, that's a dead ball. I think it hit her. Yeah, so it did. It was not a strike. It hit the batter, so it's a free base. So everybody moves up a base now. Hit by pitch. Laurel Henschel hit by the pitch there, so they're loaded. And now here comes Alvonia Hall with the bases loaded and just one out. This could really blow the game open here if you can get a hit. I think Hall's aware of that. You can tell she's geared up, batting from that left side. Drives it to the outfield. Left fielder coming in. That's going to drop in for a base hit. 1 run scores, 2 run score. Perhaps a third one. As Henschel comes in and she clears the bases with a double. Alvonia Hall coming through with a bases clearing double. 3 RBIs on the play. And our score now 9-0. Nothing is score. And still looking to tack on some more. And here is Gabrielle Nixon. This is Tyler Miller, at the plate. Tyler's had a rough day. She struck out twice. Takes ball 1. See Hall bouncing off the plate, off the base paths. They're trying to get on down to third. They're 1 run away from winning this game. If they can score this 1 run right here to make it a 10-0 lead, this game would be over. They would win by the mercy rule. So that's exactly what Exuma's trying to avoid here. Nixon fouls it away. So a big moment now for Exuma's defense. If they want to have any chance of this thing, there's still time left on the clock, but you gotta get out of the inning here without giving up that 1 run. It's already in scoring position. And that one misses high, 2-1. Well, I think the umpire held up 1-1, so I think that might be the count. Let's wait and see. Here's the delivery. Wow, good. Well, generous outside strike corner from Major for a second strike there. But again, that pitch has been called all tournament long, right? That is that's tough to swing at that, though. 2-2 into the dirt. So Dean will have to do it again against Nixon. And Nixon stays alive. She fouls it away. Two balls, 2 strikes is what he held up. So that's the count we'll go with. 2-2 to count to Gabrielle Nixon facing off against April Dean. Michael 1 run away from stopping this game. They got a runner at second base. That's Alavia Hall. Nixon! Base hit. This could end it. Ball in left field. Hall is on a horse going home. The throw is going to be not even attempted, and that should do it. 10-0 our score. And that's it. Left fielder goes out there to. I don't think the umpire is aware of that. That's the 10th run. There he goes. Now they put the hands up. 10-0 your score. Michael wins it. As Gabrielle Nixon picked a good time to come up with her first hit of the ball game. Drove it to the left field side of things, and that allowed Hall to come all the way around and score. And that's the way this one ends. 10-0 our final. Michael takes down Exuma. So as you just saw, welcome back, by the way, to the Bankers Field. We just saw a rather one-sided win. 10-0 ends up the score. Mike Cal's ladies taking care of business against Exuma. Joining me now is the manager for the Mike Cal ladies, none other than Renee Davis. We call her Sunshine, so I'll let you call her Sunshine as well. Sunshine, good win. You guys came out, established yourself early, never looked back. Was that the strategy coming in?
Yes, Marcellus. After that win yesterday, I made a call home, the containers in, with a case of hush-hush, and we just come to shut Exuma down.
Listen, right now, a lot of people are kind of overlooking this Mike Cal team, but you might be a force to reckon with as this tournament progresses, as you now move into the playoff round. Do you guys feel confident that you can definitely win this thing?
Yes, we can. The jitters are out. The girls, them have the confidence now. The heart is a lion now. It's out. It's out. I put some meow on them, man. Meow.
And for those who don't know what that reference means, all right, Sunshine, one of the members of the Wildcats, that's their chant where they go meow, all that stuff, and they've been perennial champions here in the New Providence Softball Association Ladies Division. So you're trying to bring that mentality to this Mike Cal team.
You're going to see a brand new game of there when we play whoever we meet. This Mike Cal team become to take this back to the South.
Congratulations again, Renee Sunshine Davis. Mike Cal, big win over Exuma, 10-0 ends up being your final. Guys, welcome you back to live coverage of softball here at these Bahamas games. Here at the Bankers Field, we're ready for our first men's game of the day, and it's a pretty good one. We have the Long Island Sheep Runners who are running away with the men's division. They're one of the front runners to win it all at this stage, and they'll face off against a pretty good team, the Columbus Owls. And taking a look at what's ahead of us now, there's Thomas Davis on the mound for Long Island. Behind the plate, Garfield Bethel. So they're going with their top pitcher and catcher here to start this game off. So they're taking Columbus Owls very seriously. First baseman Damian Turnquist. Over at second is Shannon Cartwright. At third base this morning, Keanu Cartwright. Shortstop Carlos Pratt, and they move to the outfield. They got Dante Cartwright. Center field is Isaac Fox, and right field, Kevano Cartwright. Leading things off for Columbus Owls right here, Stephen McKenzie, a.k.a. Doogie, followed by Trey Sweeting and Junell Bain. That's a ball as Thomas fires one in there. More important this game is for Columbus Owls really than Long Island here, but they still like to keep their record unblemished. I'm sure Long Island would. But Columbus Owls now still positioning themselves trying to get into that playoff round, so they need to pick up a win here. It'll be tough, though. This Long Island team has been very, very difficult to beat. In fact, they haven't lost a game yet. Huge win last night against Exuma, 6-2. A game that finished into the wee hours of the morning. But you talk about the park still being full, it certainly was. Nobody went home. They all stuck around for that one, and they were well entertained by a great matchup. Once again, our viewers and listeners, social media, television, wherever you're checking us out, man, we thank you as we bring you all the action we can here on the network. And that's a big swing. Doogie well laid on the fastball, 1-1. Stephen Doogie McKenzie leading things off for Columbus Owls here against Long Island's Sheep Runners. There's a good look at Tommy Guns, Thomas Davis. No call on that one. I thought it might have. And somebody stole my fan. Look at that. You know, that is like the epitome of 1 ball, 2-1 actually to count. Grounder over the shortstop, comes up firing, and they get Stephen, who is very quick down the line for the first out. So as I was saying, I had a fan blowing on me a few seconds ago, but these guys, they just took them all. They got them all pointed over there, but you got to throw a little shade every now and then. Meanwhile, stepping into the batter's box now for Columbus Owls, Trey Sweeting had himself a good tournament so far. He's hit the ball well. Let's see if he can do the same thing against Thomas Davis. A little bouncer out the middle, and right on cue, gets himself a base hit. So Trey Sweeting with a single to get the Columbus Owls with something brewing here in the top of the first inning. Sweeting's got some good speed as well. Son of Theodore Sweeting, Secretary General of the Bahamas Baseball Association, off and running. Garfield Bethel mishandled it, and so Sweeting on second. You could tell he was raring to go. He was going first pitch no matter what. Well, actually, he didn't go after all. Bluffed it and then came back. And again, this time takes second easily. No throw from the catcher. Yeah, Sweeting's pretty quick. Wasted no time stealing second. Now in scoring position. Count 1-1. to Janelle Bain, the left fielder for this Columbus Isles team. Grounder over to the right side, and they throw to first base for the out. One gone. But Sweeting advances to third now with 2 away. Remember, McKenzie got out on the grounder, and now Janelle Bain also grounds out. So 2 away now here in the top of the first inning. They got a run at third, but it's going to take a hit or a misplay from Jeffrey Woodside to get it done. Strike one. And Woodside says, man, that's low. Might have had a point, but you know what? Again, it never matters what you think. It's what the umpire thinks, and he's calling this ball a strike. So if he says it's a strike, no matter what you might think of it, it's a strike. Unlikely to change it just because you think so. That's down in the dirt, and he swings over the top. You know what he's telling the umpire right now? That's because you call that first one down low. I got to swing at that now. Either way, it's 0-2. Thomas shakes off the call, and now he's ready to go. 0-2 pitch. Strike three, gets him swinging, and that's a power fastball right by Jeffrey Woodside, and down they go. They get a runner at third after the single from Trey Sweeting, but they leave him stranded. We'll go to the bottom of the first. As coming onto the field now for the first time, and McKenzie forgot his cap. He's got to run back in there and get it. You would have remembered once he got out there for a minute, that sun hit him. There he goes. Bottom of the first inning coming up. Long Island will get their chance to bat here. Leading things off will be Isaac Fox, followed by Cavano Cartwright and Garfield Bethel. Carlos Pratt batting cleanup. For the Columbus Isles defensively, Jeffrey Woodside on the mound. Catching behind the plate, Rashad Lang. First baseman Colbert Evans. Over at second today, Kerwin Scrivens. Third baseman Chetty Ferguson. And the shortstop Stephen McKenzie. Moving to the outfield, Janelle Bain in left, Trey Sweeting in center, and in right field, Christian Wright. There's a good look at big Jeffrey Woodside. Ready to see if he can keep Long Island at bay. So the Sheep Runners now will get their first at bat. Facing off against the Arawaks. Renee Davis, Sunshine, who we just had on air a few seconds ago, up here doing a little trash talking for Mike Cal. Says, I'm in the gold medal round now. Y'all better have some respect. No, not feel free, ladies. I'm enjoying the conversation. Mary Edgecombe up here, and of course, Mary, who played for many years with Sunshine and that Wildcats organization, all-star pitcher, and Bahamas national team pitcher. Here enjoying the action. So Jeffrey Woodside stepping onto the rubber now to face off against the Long Island offense. Isaac Fox leading off, the center fielder for Long Island. He's had a pretty good tournament, shows bunt there and pulls it back for a ball. That first fastball getting away from Jeffrey Woodside, well over the head of Fox. One-0 pitch. Fox digs in. Shot back up the middle. That's a base hit, and Fox continues his good hitting. He's been a catalyst now for this Long Island team. And he leads off with a base hit. So Isaac Fox now pulls out the oven. That's what they call that thing, that the old sliding glove that's become so popular now for a lot of these hitters. And stepping in is Cavano Cartwright, swings right through the fastball to lead things off. Fox still trying to get that sliding glove on his hands. Throw down to second as Fox took off, and he's going to be out. Boy, Krishad Lang came up firing. And the throw eliminates Isaac Fox. What a good play by Krishad Lang. Meanwhile, one strike now after one pitch to Carano Cartwright, 0-1. Does not offer that one. The count runs full. Sorry, 1-1. 1-1 to Cartwright as Fox was thrown out trying to steal second. Took a long time putting that sliding glove on. Maybe should have took a little longer. Krishad Lang, a very good catcher back there, is arm-wise and tough to run on, as I'm sure Long Island will remember now moving forward. That one fouled away, so it's 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Cartwright. Jeffrey Woodside looking in for the sign. Here's your 1-2 pitch. Down in the dirt, 2-2. Cartwright asks for time. His Lason's untied, so he's going to take a moment. Meanwhile, Krishad Lang lining up the defense. 2 balls, 2 strikes here to Cartwright. And here comes the 2-2. Fouls it away to stay alive. Garfield Bethel waiting on deck for Long Island. They played late into the night last night with that game against Exuma, so there might be some fatigue factors here. But this is what tournament play is all about. You got to find a way to cut it out and continue to push through. 2 balls, 2 strikes from Woodside. Here's the pitch to the outfield. Could be some trouble, but the right fielder right there. That's out number 2. Sorry, that's the center fielder, Trey Sweeting, who comes in and makes it look easy. Got a good jump on that one. 2 gone. Here comes Garfield Bethel. Inside, missing for a ball. Woodside wanted the call there, does not get it. He's like, where I got to put it? Well, it looked to be inside anyway. Woodside still chuckling over that one. He really wanted that one. Instead, it's 1 ball, no strikes. Here's your 1-0. And this time he does not go, but it's a strike anyway on the outer edge. 1 ball, 1 strike to Garfield Bethel. Long Island catcher today, batting in the 3 spot. And again, the strike call as he jumped out of the way of that one. Thought it was a little inside, but when it caught the inside corner, that says the umpire. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Garfield Bethel, and Jeffrey Woodside 1 pitch away, if he can, of getting out of this inning without giving up any runs. Bottom of the 1st inning. Columbus Owls going up against Long Island. Timeout called by Bethel. Now stepping back in, I can hear Chicken Aubrey's mouth from up here. Tried a little off-speed pitch. Spins it into the dirt for a ball 2. And now 2-2 to count. Two balls, 2 strikes. Jeffrey Woodside trying to finish off the Long Island team here in the top of the 1st, bottom of the 1st. Bethel waiting on the pitch and fouls it away to stay alive there. Count will stay 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Woodside into Bethel. That's going to miss way inside. Count runs full here, 3-2. And Columbus Owls fans imploring the umpire to call that a strike, but not even close. 3-2 as Woodside looks in. The pitch to Bethel. driven to the left side. That's going to be a base hit. And Bethel will be on board here. Makes a big turn at first, but now gets on back. Gets a nice little congratulatory handshake from Pedro Marcelo. So Bethel's the catcher, so they'll send out the courtesy runner for him. And here comes Cavano Cartwright to be the pinch runner. So Carlos Pratt now will step in. He's batting cleanup today. He's a shortstop for Long Island. Let's see if he can do something here, as now they have a base runner on board. That one skips away. That's going to allow the runner to advance to second. Lang hustles over there, but not in time to avoid the runner getting over to second. So now he's in scoring position. And Woodside, you got to be careful here, because you don't want to, with 2 outs, allow a pass ball to score a run. Runs will be at premiums here in this game, and that's going to be a strike. Pratt was trying to hold the bat back, but couldn't quite get it done. He's got a strike on him now, 1-1. Caulfield Bethel kept the inning alive with a base hit to left field. That's where we stand. A runner at first. Inside, 2-1. Carlos Pratt, shortstop, batting now against Jeffrey Woodside. Runner at second base here in the bottom of the first. That one gets by, and that's going to allow the runner now to advance to third. This is what I'm talking about. For Woodside, you cannot have wild pitches allow a run to score. It would be unearned. But it will be a run nonetheless. Who cares if it's unearned or earned? Either way, you'll be down 1-0 unnecessarily. He's got to be better at least finding the glove of the catcher here. He's had 2 wild pitches, allowed the runner to get all the way to third base. Another wild pitch would score a run. And he gets him with the changeup looking. He was taken all the way. 3 now with 2 strikes on him. Here's the pitch. He goes to the changeup again. That's going to be ball 4. So Woodside tried to use the changeup to finish off Pratt. Doesn't work. And he'll face another batter here as up comes Blake Carroll. So I got to tell you, one of my pet peeves here at this baseball segment, and I'll get to that in a second, but nothing to do with the action, but it is something to do. And that's going to get away. Just what we talked about, and that's going to allow the run to score 1-0. Exactly what you didn't want to happen if you're the Columbus Owls. You give up a run without even a hit. So a run gives up, run scored by Long Island, and the runners are also again in scoring position here. Strike call as he jumps out of the way. The umpire said it held on to the corner, so a strike on Blake Carroll. 1-1 to count. And he swings through it, strike 2. So Woodside now just trying to make sure he doesn't give up any more runs. You see he's upset with himself for allowing that first run to begin with. But I did say it might happen. That's strike 3, so Donnie gets him. He gets him on strikes, but not before a run scores. Long Island on top, 1-0. And Woodside upset as he walks back into the dugout. Runs can be at a premium. That one run could be all the difference here. We've come to the end of 1 inning. It's Long Island 1-0 over Columbus Owls. We got more softball, though, coming up. Stay with us, guys. We got a lot more to come. Action continues, top of the second inning. Thomas Davis back on the mound, strike one. Long Island scoring a run and the bottom half, an unearned run after Garfield Bethel found his way on board with a single with 2 outs. They brought in the courtesy runner, Cavano Cartwright. He was able to take advantage of a couple of pass balls to end up scoring what is now the only run of the ball game. And the way the pitching has been and the offense to this point, I mean, it's still early on. It's only the top of the second, but that one run could make all the difference here when you're facing off a pitcher against a pitcher of the caliber of Thomas Davis. Two balls, one strike to the leadoff man here for, and boy, he wanted to pitch. He wanted to swing at it. By the time he flinched, it was already in the catcher's glove. Davis brings it with some good velocity. This is Chetty Ferguson getting his first look here at Davis, and he pops it into the air. And that's going to fall in for a base hit. Muscles it into the outfield for a single. So a lead-off single for Chetty Ferguson. And now Columbus Isles in business. And here's Krishad Lang. Fastball, ball one. Krishad Lang, the catcher for Columbus Isles, he's a pretty good hitter. So if you miss with him, he can hit that out of here as well. So you got to be careful here if you're Thomas Davis. And as we say, that little one bouncer, they're going to try for two, and they're going to mess it up. The throw gets by the second baseman. Davis was trying to turn the double play, and instead of getting the out, they're going to be at the corners now. Still nobody gone here. They tried to get 2 outs on the double play. The throw today was wide and went off the glove of the second baseman. And instead of turning 2, they get none of them. And now a chance here for Columbus Isles to get some runs on the board. Golden opportunity here. Runners at first and third. Nobody out. They got a good hitter coming up in Kerwin Scriven, who's a good contact hitter, which is really what you want in this situation. With nobody out, you should be able to score the run with just the contact here. If you can put the ball in play, got good speed over there at third, should allow a run to score. So that's Scriven's mentality. Even if he tries to drop a bunt, it could happen. He does show bunt and can't quite connect. So instead, it'll be one strike on him. And this is the correct play. You gotta put the ball in. You gotta put the ball down. Go for the bunt here. Just want to put the ball in play with his speed. It'll put pressure on the defense. With a runner at third, should be getting a good jump. Scrivens down the first base side and foul. So 2 strikes on him now. The bunt should be off. He's got to swing, because if he bunts it again and it goes foul, he'll be out for the strikeout. So that takes the bunt off. A chance here for Thomas Davis to at least get 1 out if he can finish off Scrivens. And for Scrivens, the only thing, your only job at this point is to put bat on ball. Nothing in 2. Davis strikes him out with a fastball. High fastball sends Scriven back to the dugout, courtesy of the strikeout, and now a double play. Well, the runner took off a second, So that removes the double play, but they're at second and third now, 1 out. That's a big strikeout there for Davis. Now, it looks like he might have hurt himself. Going down to second, trying to steal that base. That's Krishad Lang, the catcher. And so they'll bring a courtesy runner in for Krishad Lang. Usually only utilize this with one gone, with 1 out, but they're going to bring him in now. That's Scrivens who comes in to run for him. I've never seen it utilized with only 1 away. Strike 1. And that's been consistently called here throughout this tournament. The umpires have been giving the outside corner. Christian Wright, the batter. And he swings through strike 2. Boy, Davis is bearing down and throwing right now. He said, I'm going to throw at you with my fastball. If you can catch up to it, then so be it. But I'm giving you my best. And he lets that one fly. There's going to be a chance here to score a run. The throw, and they get him at home plate. And here comes Chicken Aubrey. He's on his right knee, he's on one knee, begging the umpire to change the call. Look at this. This is so entertaining right now. I love it. And this is what Chicken Aubrey is, right? He's and the umpire says, you know what? I had enough. Listen, the call is made. The call is made. Go back to your dugout. He's telling them right now. And that's going to do it. He's had enough. Chicken Aubrey has been tossed from the ball game. He's out of the game now, so he's having his say. He's really going to get into the umpire now. He's been tossed and now he's still in the umpire's face. He's going to get his 5 cents worth here. He's going to bump the umpire. They're bumping each other chest to chest. Chicken Aubrey, 66 years old, still showing some fire. And now the other umpire, Sherman Major, coming in and calming down the plate umpire here. Alfonso Chicken Aubrey came flying out of the dugout after the out call was at play. And I thought it was a good call. Good hustle by the catcher to get back there and get the ball back to Davis, to Thomas Davis, to make the tag. In my opinion, in time. Good call to call him out. But in a sense, understanding how much probably 1 run means in this situation, Alfonso Chicken Aubrey came flying out of the dugout to argue the call. So there's Aubrey. He's still talking to the fans on his way out. But he's tossed and had to leave the ballpark. They go to the police officer. They escort him out of here. You can come back later, but you ain't going to come back during the course of this game. That's for sure. At least not in that Columbus Owls uniform. Maybe sometimes they'll go outside, take the shirt off, and come sneak their way back in. But he'll be escorted from the park. Alfonso Chicken Aubrey providing the crowd with some extra entertainment here at the park. 2 outs now. And now Davis can get out of this inning without giving up a run. And that'll be a ball. Meanwhile, Scrivens has advanced to third. So a pass ball still could get the job done. I mean, if it gets away from the catcher, although it would take a good jump from Scrivens. Garfield moves very quickly back there. Cat-like, if they say. And that's strike 3. So Thomas Davis able to avoid giving up the run. But of course, the Columbus Owls had a chance, but they couldn't do it. Bottom of the second inning coming up. 1-0 still. We've had some dramatics. We've had some offense. We've had a little bit of everything in this game. Alfonso Chicken Aubrey toss for getting in the face of the umpire. And he did make contact there, so I don't know how that's going to bode for the rest of the way if they're going to even allow him to continue coaching in this Bahamas games. But he's certainly gone for this one, that's for sure. You know, I talked about, and by the way, Chicken Aubrey, that's always been the way he is, right? He's always dramatic, always he's going to argue every call, he's going to beat it to the death. And the umpire, to his credit, gave him a lot of rope. He told him, I saw him warning him time and time again, okay, that's enough, you've made your point. All this kneeling and all the other stuff and brushing off the plate and all that. He gave him a lot of time to get it off his chest. And then he said, okay, I've had enough. Aubrey apparently hadn't had enough, and so now he'll have enough in the parking lot. "66 years old. He'll be 67 in just, I think, next month is what I was told. Oldest player to play in every single Bahamas games. Pitched in the game the other night. Brought himself in relief. Well, now he'll be relieving nobody out there in the parking lot. Bottom of the second coming up. As Columbus Isles will try to hold it right here. One run is not impossible. I mean, you know, just the same way Long Island got theirs. It just takes a couple of miscues and good things can happen, but you got to get on base. And so they'll look to add on to their total now as we get ready for the first batter here in the bottom of the second. And that'll be ball one. Jeffrey Woodside back on the mound trying to keep his team right where they are with a one-run deficit. So Shannon Cartwright at the plate, ahead 1-0. Facing off against Jeffrey Woodside. Swings and misses for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Shannon Cartwright, second baseman for Long Island today. And he swings through that one, 2 strikes. One and two now coming up. And he'll get the strike 3 call on the outside corner. And that's, you saw Kershawn Lang set up on the outside. The umpires have been giving that pitch. And so smart move to go out there. And Cartwright now goes down on strikes for 1 away. And in steps Cavano Cartwright. So you replace one Cartwright with another. Cavano, first switch swinging. 4 foul. Strike 1. Cavano also a basketball coach in Long Island. I think he's over at MGM Major. And I stand to be corrected, but I do know he's a high school coach in Long Island. I may be wrong with the school. 0-1. And he fouls that one back. 2 strikes on him here. Nothing in 2 the count to Cavano Cartwright as Jeffrey Woodside trying to keep this a 1-0 game. Down and in for ball 1. Big number 28, Jeffrey Woodside, pitching today for the Columbus Isles. A ball and 2 strikes. Missing high, 2-2. Woodside says, let's go, I'm ready to go. 2-2 now, here we go. Gets the signal, here comes the pitch. Hard hit to the right side. That's going to be a base hit down the line. Cartwright on his horse now, turning to turn. He's going to head to third, and he'll get in there with a stand-up triple. Nice piece of hitting by Cavano Keanu Cartwright. Sorry, I've been putting a V on his name. It's Keanu Cartwright. So Keanu Cartwright all the way to third on a triple down to third baseline, on down to first baseline. Pitch was away. He's looking for it. Again, they've been utilizing that outside corner. This time went with the pitch. And that one's going to get away. Could be scoring a run here, and it is. 2-0 lead now in favor of Long Island. Both runs have been unearned. Again, coming in similar fashion. The runner gets on third, and a pass ball by Woodside, allowing the run to score. And this is now double the lead, 2-0. Here in the bottom of the second, the way Davis is pitching, you got to figure that's going to be maybe more than enough. Damian Turnquist now ahead in the count, 2-0. Turnquist, the first baseman for this Long Island squad. Inside, 3 balls and no strikes. Dante Cartwright now on deck. One of 4 Cartwrights in this starting lineup for Long Island. Strike one. He was taken all the way with the count 3-0, and Woodside took advantage of that opportunity to throw a strike right down the middle. 3-1 pitch. A little roller back to the pitcher. Comes up firing and holds the bag for the out. Woodside almost threw that away. Good play by the first baseman to stretch and keep his foot on the bag. As Turnquist jogs back to the dugout. And in steps Dante Cartwright now to hit. Ball 1. That's a strike. And now I understand why I put a V in. There is a Cavano Cartwright in this lineup. There's Cavano and Keanu Cartwright. Okay. So I wasn't going crazy. I knew I'd seen a V somewhere. But right now it's Dante Cartwright at the plate. Count 1-1. 2 gone now as Woodside is trying to get out of this inning with just giving up the 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And that's going to hit him. So a free base hit by pitch to Dante Cartwright. And Woodside's arguing. He says, listen, he's in the, Woodside I think is trying to say he's crowding the plate and makes it impossible to throw a strike there. So maybe, but the umpire does not agree. And they're gonna draw in a batter's box. I was told never to do this as an umpire, but okay, since you want to say you're out of the batter's box, I'll draw one for you so you can see. All right. Top of the order once again. Isaac Fox back for a second time up. He had a base hit in his first at bat, and he muscles one over to the right side and foul. So it was a foul ball. Dante was over at second. One strike now on Isaac Fox. Woodside licks in for the signal. Here comes the pitch. Down in the dirt, gets away from Kershad Lang. Runner's going to head on down to second. So Woodside having some issues. He's working Kershad Lang pretty tough, pretty hard behind that plate, trying to keep him away, trying to keep him from getting away from him, but there's only so much he can do. 1 ball, 1 strike to Fox. And that one stays up. There are 2 gone, so if they can get this last out here without giving up anything further, you still feel like you got a shot. Only down a couple of runs. And the umpire looked like he was going to call a strike. Does not call it. Now 3-1. (3-1) to Isaac Fox with Cavano Cartwright standing by on deck. And Fox puts it in play. Third baseman throwing it over and in time for the out. Fox was hustling down the line. The throw had to be there on time, and it was just by about a half a step. 3 gone as we move now to the top of the third inning. Coming up, Long Island, though, adds another run to their tally. They're up 2-0 as we move to the third in just a few minutes. We'll be right back, folks. More softball still to come. And welcome back, everybody. We move now to the top of the third inning. Columbus Owls on the trail end of a 2-0 score. Still trying to get something going offensively. Thomas Davis has been tough, as he has been throughout this tournament. Showing bunt. And takes ball one. They'll say he did not swing. 1 ball, no strike now. Leading off for the Columbus Owls right now, batting lefty. It's Colbert Evans, I think. I'll confirm that in a second. Shows bunt yet again, ball 2. So yes, indeed, this is Colbert Evans Jr. Two-0 pitch comes in, and that's a strike. 2-1 as Thomas Davis comes in with a fastball. And here comes the pitch from Davis. Down in the dirt. 3-1. So Columbus Owls would like to get this leadoff man on board. Colbert Evans now hoping to become that runner. Need base runners to get back into the game. They're only down 2-0, but you got to start by getting some people on base in order to score runs. 3-1. Fouled away and out of play. Count now 3 balls, 2 strikes. Evans digs back in. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. Boy, does not get him. Garfield Bethel was up. He thought it was going to be a strike 3 call, but instead it's ball 4, and down to first base goes Evans with a leadoff walk. So that brings the top of the order back for the Columbus Owls, and here comes Stephen McKenzie, who grounded out this first time up. Davis, and McKenzie tries to bunt it and fouls it straight back for a strike. So Stefano McKenzie, who's got some good speed, Stephen McKenzie, was trying to bunt his way on. And at the very least, he would have tried to advance the runner to second base. Doesn't look as if he was trying to sacrifice bunt. He was trying to bunt for a hit. Now he swings, throw down to second base, and they will get him trying to get it. So Colbert Evans trying to steal second. Garfield Bethel showing off the arm, guns him out for the first out. So the runners are raced. One gone now. They'll have to start all over again. And that's a strike. Well, actually, no, it was a ball, I guess. So it's 1-2. Back up to Thomas Davis, who feels his position. And McKenzie is erased. 2 gone now. Nice play by Thomas Davis. That one hit right back up the middle. And Davis able to field it and throw him out. So Thomas Davis fielding his position well. Comebacker up the middle. Fields it and throws him out for out number 2. And here comes Trey Sweeting, who's had one of the few hits against Thomas Davis tonight. And he does not often. He knows he checked the swing, but it's a strike anyway. And he nods his head at the umpire and said, yes, I know it was a strike. No argument there from Trey Sweeting. 0-1. Davis with the pitch. Did not go, did he? No, he didn't, says the umpire. First baseman. First base umpire says no, he did not go to count 1-1. Garfield Bethel cleaning the plate off, maybe trying to showcase that outside corner a little bit more. The umpire says, I got this. I got a brush. Let me. I'll do this. 1-1. Stepping back into the batter's box now, Trey Sweeting. 1-1 count, 2 gone here in the top of the third. And he swings through it. 1-2. Good drop ball by Thomas Davis. Started to have a little dip at the end. That's what made Trey Sweeting swing right over the top of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. And he gets him swinging. Thomas Davis says you'll get nothing and you'll like it. Top of the third complete. Long Island holding on to a 2-0 lead. They scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second. Now, as they come up here in the third inning, they'll see if they can add some more. These innings are going back quickly because the teams are playing some good defense for the most part. And as the Columbus Owls trot back onto the field, they're still trying to figure out how we can get some runs on the board. So far, Thomas Davis has been very, very stingy. And some good defense against the base running. When they got base runners, they tried to be maybe a little bit too aggressive on the base pads, and that's cost them here. He had a runner thrown out at home plate. That saw the manager, Alfonso Chicken Aubrey, thrown out of the game after he came out to argue it. And honestly, I don't know why. Well, I guess you got to, in a game this tight, at the time it was 1-0. So we're getting ready now for the bottom of the third inning. It's so sometimes when you're not listening, when you hear the best story. So just a few moments ago, the umpires have been working very hard throughout the course of these 3 days, and they've been asking for ice in the coolers, right? And which not is, I don't think it's a hard request and certainly not unreasonable. But they've been taking all the ice over to the VIP section, which if you look across, you can see right now there's actually maybe two people inside that VIP area. And they've taken like 5 big bags of ice over there. The umpires have been, and the scorekeepers here over here in the heat, have been asking for 1 bag of ice and haven't been able to get it. So finally, they brought another 4 bags of ice here for the for the VIP section. And Andrew Burrows, the chief umpire, was able to secure one of the small bags. So small wonders. Cooler heads in this case shall prevail. Oh, well. So here we go. Ready for the 3rd inning. Bottom of the 3rd. And we're ready to continue action here. As Jeffrey Bethel will try to contain this game, keep it right where it is. As stepping into the batter's box now is Cavano Cartwright. He swings at a high fastball out of the strike zone perhaps, but he thought it must have looked good. Shiesty is his nickname. Tries to explain to the coach what he was looking at, I guess. I don't know. That time he gets something to hit. Drives it deep to the outfield. They're going to turn and look at it as it goes out of the ballpark for a home run. 3-0 now as Cavano Cartwright goes yard. So the trend continues. Hugs all around, they say. Everybody's happy when you hit a home run. He made up for swinging at that high fastball, that's for sure. So Cartwright gets one out of here. They've scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, now here 1 in the third, but a chance for more as in steps Garfield Bethel. Jeffrey Woodside gets him to foul it away, strike 1. So now you're starting to get into that danger territory if you're Columbus Owls, because they haven't been able to do much against Thomas Davis to this point. 1 run, you were okay. 2 runs even, you were okay. But now with a 3-run deficit, you start to dig yourself a hole you may not be able to get out of. 0-1. Bethel pops it up into the air. Scrivens drifting back and makes the catch at the edge of grass for second base, and that's out number 1. So 1 gone. Here comes Blake Carroll, the designated pit player. He's batting for Thomas Davis. And that one skips in for ball 1. A ball and no strikes to Carlos Pratt. Pratt actually a shortstop. Shoots that one to the right side and foul. Blake Carroll is the designated player. He's on deck. One to count to Carlos Pratt. Does not chase, and the count goes 2-1. 2-1 missing away, 3-1. 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. So far, one run has come across as Cavano Cartwright hit the solo shot to right field. And that's going to get him on the foot. Or did it? It is. So it's a hit by pitch. And going down to first base is Carlos Pratt. Woodside showing some signs of fatigue now on the mound. And then steps the DP, Blake Carroll. Carroll at the plate. Pitch from Woodside. Ball one. You can see Woodside having a lot of problems now trying to find that strike zone again after giving up the home run. That one shot to the right side as well. Base hit. Runner's going to take the turn and go to third base and get in there safely. They throw behind the runner at first, but he's going to be safe as well. They're at the corners. One gone. And Woodside's imploring his defense now in the outfield to play more, shaded more toward the right side. They haven't been able to come around, but they're tattooing that right side for hits. Ball one. Woodside putting a little something extra on that pitch. Maybe a little upset with himself and the team at this moment. We're in the bottom of the third. And they get a strike call here. The runner was headed down to second, and it gets away. And the run scores. 4-0 now, Long Island. Runner at second. Shannon Cartwright at the plate. Popped up and out of play. The lead gets a little bit bigger now for Long Island. Puts it into play. Throw across the diamond to first base, and he can't handle it. They're going to score another run here as Carroll comes jogging in, make it 5-0. So the wheel's starting to come off a bit here if you're the Columbus Owls. They've been their own worst enemy with some misplays on the field, and it's cost them a couple of runs here. 5-0. And the inning continues, still only one gone. Keanu Cartwright, who had himself a hit his last time up, swings through that one for a strike. Swings through another one, 0-2. Woodside was trying to sneak one by him. Timeout call as Cartwright steps out. Woodside trying to work fast here. And this time he fouled it away. Only one out here in the bottom of the third. Long Island up 5-0. I think Grand Bahamas ladies set to play next. That one skips in. Going to throw behind the run at first base and got away from him, but he's not going to try to go down to second. So Columbus Owls trying all kinds of stuff now, just trying to get outs. When you start to fall behind like this, you take chances, not always good ones. And he swings through, strike two, and that's it. So Cartwright strikes out. That's Keanu Cartwright this time, striking out, and in steps Damian Turnquist, who struck out his last time up. Takes ball one low. Two outs here in the bottom of the third. Late swing that time by Turnquist. He's got two strikes on him here. Here comes the 0-2. And he swings through it. Now he's got two strikes, I should say. Turnquist calls for time. Woodside, like I said, trying to work fast, lets it go. Nothing at two. Here's the pitch. Missing inside for a ball. You can see Woodside laboring a bit. One ball, two strikes. And staying alive with a foul ball is Turnquist. Woodside wanted that one. But he'll have to throw at least one more pitch here. Looks like Grand Bahama men. And that's going to get away. That's going to allow the run to head on down to second. Runner at second base. 2 gone. And the batter in the batter's box is Damian Turnquest for Long Island. Woodside. Wow, they're going to give him a generous strike 3 there. Boy. Strike 3 called, and that'll do it. Turnquest strikes out again. And we have finished 3 innings here, but not before Long Island adds a couple more to their tally. They've got 5 runs on the board. It's a 5-0 game. And we'll roll to the top of the 4th inning in just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Stay with us, everybody. And we are set now, the top half of the 4th inning. And what has been a entertaining ball game between Long Island and the Columbus Owls. Thomas Davis has been dominant against this Columbus Owls offense. He shut them down at every opportunity. And he's going to try to continue that trend here as we begin the top of the 4th. There's a good look at the. I'll tell you what, the Sheep Runners team has got some good pitching on their roster. They got Pedro Marcelo and Thomas Davis, so they can come at you in a number of different ways. It's 2-0 count to the leadoff man here for Columbus Owls. Grounder over the short, and the throw is going to be not in time. Boy, good hustle down the line there to beat out the throw. Doesn't look like he's that fast, but that just goes to show you looks could be deceiving, right? Janelle Bain with a leadoff single. And all is not lost here for Columbus Owls. Jeffrey Woodside now will try to help his own cause. He's the pitcher for Columbus Owls. Swings at the first pitch, ball 1. Throw down to second base. And Bain hustles in there to steal the base at second. So Junel Bain at second. Woodside with a strike on him. But Columbus Owls got a runner in scoring position here. One and one. So quite possibly this could be the last bat here for the Columbus Owls. They got to get it done here. Clock is at about 10 minutes. Long Island is the home team. Woodside fouls it away. So I think we may be in a do or die situation here. A ball and 2 strikes to Jeffrey Woodside. That's Junel Bain over there at second base. Woodside swings and a miss, and he strikes out. Thomas Davis gets in the chase, a drop ball moving away on the outer edge, and Woodside went after it and couldn't make contact. One gone. And in steps Chetty Ferguson. Columbus Isles in desperation mode now. They gotta get something going at this point. Clock is not your friend. Scoreboard definitely not your friend because you're on the bottom side of a 5-0 lead. Or in this case, a 5-0 deficit. One strike quickly as he swings and fouls it away. There's Junel Bain, who beat out an infield single. He's the lone base runner right here for Columbus Isles, representing at least one run on the board. Missing with a ball, 1-1 here. One ball, one strike. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. Does not go after the ball low, and that's going to be 2-1. A 2-1 count now for Chetty Ferguson, with one gone here in the top of the 4th inning. Misses low for another ball. And now they're going to call a timeout here. Davis may be starting to fatigue a bit. I think they just called out to give him a little bit of a break. Allow him to catch his breath a bit and get back into it. 3 balls, 1 strike, though. Our current count. As Chetty Ferguson gets a hold of one, drives it into the left field. That should score 1 run. They're going to try to throw it home. I don't know why they did, but the runner's going to head on down to second as a direct result. Junel Bain runs too well to get that in, to get him out at the home plate. You should have kept the runner at first. A double play would have got you out of the inning and perhaps end the game. But you can't blame the excitement, I guess, to try to feel like you can throw that runner out. So Columbus Isles on the board. But they still trail at 5-1 here. Don't mind the scoreboard you're seeing on your screen. That's Long Island 5, Columbus Isles 1. There we go. Up the middle. The throw over the first base in time. The runner does advance to third. Good play by Thomas Davis on the one hopper. 2 gone now. So Long Island 1 out away. Yeah, this is definitely going to be the last at bat here for the Columbus Isles. So they're down to the last out with 2 gone. Still trailing 5-1 here. But one thing we've seen is that 1 out can sometimes be hard to come by. They still got to execute. And here's Kerwin Scriven. Representing the last at bat, the last out, I should say, for Columbus Isles. Unless he finds a way to get on board. That one's hit to the shortstop. Oh, and it's going to be a base hit. Another run scores 5-2 here. So Kerwin does what he wanted to do, which is keep this game alive. And like I said, you still got to execute. You still got to get that last out. 2 gone, but a lot of things can happen. Five to 2 game. You just got to count one out of the town. If you're Columbus Owls, you got to go one batter at a time. Just don't get out. That's what you say to yourself. Well, don't be the one to get out, and I'll keep going. A swing, and they're going to allow the runner to take the base. Well, actually, Scrivens chose not to try, and I guess you don't want to be the last out getting thrown out of the base. That one's hit into the outfield. Left fielder drifting back. See you out of here. A home run. 2 runs, in which that's a 1-run game. So just when you thought this one was over, like we said, you still got to get that 3rd out. Things happen. Columbus Owls refusing to go down quietly. Back within 1 after the 2-run home run. One-run game just like that in the blink of an eye. 5-4 is your score. So just when you thought this thing might be over with 2 outs, like we said, you still got to get that last out. It gives you a chance. And if everybody comes up with the mentality that I'm going to get my job done, you got a chance. All of these hitters have now seen Thomas at least twice, so he's not surprising you at this stage. So now it falls on the next batter to keep it going. It still remains now or never, though, for Columbus Owls. There's no time. The time will be off the clock. This will be their last at bat. With 2 minutes and 47 seconds, Long Island would have to bat last. So they would have an opportunity if somehow the Columbus Owls come back and tie this game. They would still finish the inning by allowing Long Island to bat. But you would not want to give up that 5-0 lead. They were going so well. And then all of a sudden, the Columbus Owls finding a way to put some runs on the board to the tune of 4, now trailed by just 1. So it falls now to big number 7. Takes ball 1 inside. Pinch hitter in the game for the Columbus Owls here. Strike 1. A ball and 1 strike. So they bring in the big fella, hoping that he can buck up on one and tie this game with a swing of the bat. Davis trying to close this one out. Fouls it back for a strike. So 1 strike down to their final strike now if you're the Columbus Owls. But like we said, you still got to get him out. Things happen. We've seen that so far in this ball game. Strike 3 gets him looking. That's how this one will end. So Thomas Davis bears down and throws a strike. Gets him looking, and that's the way this ball game will end. Thomas says, I got you guys. Here we go. That's your final score. Long Island, a late charge from Columbus Owls, but Long Island holds on for the win to remain undefeated. 5-4 ends up being your final score. And the Sheep Runners remain unblemished in the record. men's action just around the corner. We got another one coming up. That's why they had a pinch hitter, because Rashad Lang, you see him got his thigh wrapped up there. He's a pretty good hitter. I was wondering why they would have pinch hit for him. But he apparently got an injury there. So there's your final score on the board. 5-4. Long Island holds on against the Columbus Owls. We have one more men's game still to come here today. A good one, as Exuma getting ready to take on the squad from Grand Bahama. That's all on the other side. We're going to take a break. We'll return in just a few. All right, so here at field side with Dante Cartwright, the manager for the Long Island Sheep Runners. Boy, a bit of a hot racer there as you guys are able to hold on 5-4, had a comfortable 5-0 lead, and then in that last inning you saw Columbus House kind of get to you guys a little bit, but nonetheless you hold on, you're still undefeated.
Yeah, well, we came into this game not underestimating Columbus House because we know they had a lot of great hitters. We know the pitching wasn't going to be as much as what we've seen recently, especially last night against Exuma, but we still came out ready and ready to make plays and just trying to fight to win this game. We know it wasn't going to be an easy win.
All right, it certainly wasn't an easy win. You did hold on, though. Now you're all set up for the playoff round. You guys are right now have to be the team to beat. You're in the catbird seat. Everybody's going to give you their best shot, so you got to stay focused.
Yep, well, we're just trying to stay humble, take it one game at a time because the truth is, anything can happen. We can make errors. We could have some bad pitches. We could have some people who on the other team who are getting good hits, and we just have to stay in the game. We got to keep focused and stay humble.
All right, well, congratulations on the win and last night's win, as a matter of fact, against Exuma. You guys are looking good. Let's see how you do the rest of the way. Congratulations. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it, guys. Dante Cartwright, Long Island Sheep Runners. They're feeling pretty good about where they stand as far as men's softball. There's another game still to play here on the men's side as Exuma getting ready to go up against Grand Bahamas men. Unfortunately, we're going to take a break from here, though. We'll be right back at 4 o'clock this afternoon with lots more softball activities from the Blue Hills playing fields. And welcome, everybody. We are once again live here at the Bankers Field for softball action. We have moved into the playoffs now of softball play. Currently on that's a pop-up into the backfield. I'll get you all caught up in what's going on. But as it stands right now, this is the 1 versus 2 matchup. The Grand Bahama team was number 1 in the A division, and Andros number 2. So it's a crossover playoff. And currently right now it's Andros at the plate. They got the first 2 runners on board. And Grand Bahama just trying to avoid giving up some runs here. That one shot down to the shortstop and through for a base hit. And a good stop there by the third base coach to not allow the runner to try and score on that one. So they're loaded with nobody out. So here is Brianna Carey in a big situation. When you're into the gold medal game, that one gets past. And that's going to bring 1 run in for Andros. Quickly 1-0 here. And the Chick Charney's off to a good start. So while we have a minute, let's get you all caught up on the defensive alignment for Grand Bahama today. Grand Bahama coach out to try and say something to the umpire, Spurgeon Johnson. But on the mound for Grand Bahama's Morel Wildgoose. And it looks like she may not survive this top of the first. Looks like they're going to bring in a relief pitcher already. So it was Morel Wildgoose. But Grand Bahama has now gone to the bench here in the top of the first inning and brought in some relief. That didn't take long at all, but then with the situation being as it is, so much at stake here. If you win, you're into the gold medal game. You lose, you got to play for the bronze. So Grand Bahama not willing to wait as they make the change early on. So I'll wait to see who the new pitcher is, and I'll give you the information. Meanwhile, I can give you the rest of the defense for Grand Bahama. Behind the plate is Jasmine Scavala. Over at first base, LaDonna Major. Second baseman, Kenya Forbes. Third base, Tara Evans. Shortstop, Larica Russell. And then over in left field, we get to the outfield now. That's Jamise Roca in left field. Center fielder, Cartisha Aubrey. And in right field, Brianne Heel. All right, so they brought in Tara Evans to pitch. Tara was playing third base, so Tara Evans comes into the game. But moves into the game, changes position, comes over the pitch. So Grand Bahama deciding not to leave too much to the chance here. Bases loaded. Well, they were loaded. Second and third now with nobody out. And here's the cleanup hitter for Andros. Ball in the dirt for ball 1. Brianna Carey at the plate. As I just said, it's ball 1. 1-0 now to Brianna Carey. And that's in there for a strike, 1-1. One to count to Brianna Carey. Runners on second and third. Nobody gone here. Top of the first for Andros. And she swings over the top for strike 2. So Tara Evans now changing position, going from third base to pitch. That's in motion, should score another run. 2-0 Andros has. Brianna does the job. And now Andros will see if they can get something on with 2. 2 outs here. But if you're Grand Bahama and you can only give up 2 runs after having the bases loaded and nobody gone, you got to figure that's a little bit of a victory. That's a strike. Shanna Woodside. Now at the plate for Andros. Shan used to be, well, still is actually. She played in the New Providence Softball Association for a number of years, now here with the Los Angeles team. That's a strike, says the umpire. 0-2. Shan didn't like that call, but not going to change it. 0-2. Got to do it here with 2 strikes. Hard hit. Over to the right side. That's down for a base hit. And another run scores. 3-0 Andros. Chick Charney's making some noise here in the top of the first inning. As Shanna Woodside comes through with the base hit there. And up comes Ashanti Hart now. Grand Bahama just trying to get out of this inning. Strike 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch now. Ground ball. Shortstop backs up. Larica Russell trying to get 2. And do they get it? They do indeed. Double play turn. And Grand Bahama gets out of it. Oh, boy, the coach for Andros doesn't like the call. He's like, there's no way that's a double play, but it is. But Andros strikes for 3 here in the top of the first. We'll move to the bottom of the first as a light rain starts to fall here at the park. Bottom 1 is coming up. So the Chick Charnies will take the field for the first time here. Let's break down their defensive alignment. Tashira Evans on the mound. Behind the plate will be Brianna Carey. First baseman LaShanta Taylor. Cintis Cooper plays second base. Over at third, Shaylin Thompson. And shortstop will be Ashanti Hart. Now moving into the outfield, they got Paige Lamore in left field. Lashana Bastian, is in center field, and over in right field, you have Shanna Woodside. This one just underway. You can see just a little bit of rain. We've had bright, hot, sunny days the entire week. Now we get to the playoffs. We got a little rain coming down. Bottom 1 coming up. As here comes the pitcher just coming out to the mound now. Took her time getting out there. But as they say, better late than never. And hopefully the rain, it doesn't look as if it's going to stick around. Good enough to cool things off a bit. It has been pretty unseasonably warm the last few days. Today, no different. So a little rain, not a bad thing. As long as it doesn't force play to stop. So we're good. It doesn't look as if that's going to be the case. Again, I'm no meteorologist. Welcome to our listeners and viewers, wherever you may be. Watching us on television, whether it's on our online social media posts or on radio 1540. Chick Charnies of Andros trying to make their way into the medals. Standing in their way, Team Grand Bahama. And actually, no matter what happens, one of them, they'll still play for a medal. It just determines which color you play for, whether it's silver, gold, or bronze. To my understanding, whoever wins this game goes to the gold medal game. And I'll clarify all that, but these are the playoffs. And again, they told me this is the 1 versus 2. They do the crossovers, and so Andros finished second in their division. Grand Bahama finished first. So let's see what happens, how it all plays out. So it looks as if we're ready to start the bottom of the first inning. And the throw to second base goes into the outfield. Bottom of the first inning. Andros versus Grand Bahama. And you can see the rain coming down a little bit harder there on your screens. At least that's how it looks from our monitors here. That one's first pitch swinging into the outfield. Left fielder drifting back is going to get over ahead. On a horse here, running around the bases is Kenya Forbes. She's already around third and headed home. An inside the park home run. And just like that, it's 3-1 Grand Bahama. So Kenya Forbes not wasting any time. She comes out swinging. Man, she took off like somebody was chasing her. So that didn't take long. Grand Bahama answering back quickly. They still trail by 2, though, as Breanne Heel steps in. She, too, swings the first pitch. That's into left field for a base hit. On her way to second now. And a throw. The tag late, and she is safe with a double. So watch out. Here comes Grand Bahama. And here's Larica Russell. Still nobody out here for Grand Bahama here in their bottom half of the inning. Russell takes strike 1. First hitter really to take a strike here in this game. And Tashira Evans gets back onto the rubber. Nothing in 1 to Larica Russell. Swings at the second pitch, fouls it back on our plate. She's got 2 quick strikes on her here. Oh, 2 pitch. Takes it for a ball. Runner's going to head on down to third. Still nobody gone here. With Larica Russell at the plate. Breanne Heel at third base for Grand Bahama. 3-1 game. Andros got 3 in the top, and now Grand Bahama doing their task. And that's going to get past, and that's going to be an easy score for Heel. And just like that, it's a 1-run game, 3-2. A 1-run game here in the bottom half of the first inning. Bases are empty once again, and here's Larica Russell to face a 1-2 delivery from Evans. That one's hit to the left side and foul. So Larica Russell hit that one hard, but it couldn't keep it fair, and the count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Nobody gone. 3-2 ball game. Grand Bahamas still at the plate. And here is the 1-2 pitch to Larica Russell. Hit to the left side again. Left fielder misplays it. Ran in and it went past her. So Russell now not the fastest, on her way to second, and now trying to get to third base. It's going to be tough. It's going to be close. She's going to head on home. And safe in there at home plate. The left fielder overthrew the cutoff lady. And that allowed Larica Russell to just keep on chugging. Little laugh as she gets in. She's a little bit out of breath, but they'll take it. And just like that, Grand Bahamas not only they've come back and tied the game 3-3, and still nobody out here. So Tara Evans will now come into swing. She started the game, remember, at third base and then moved into pitch. So there's a little pitcher-on-pitcher matchup here. It went from a whole lot of smiles for Andrus now to some looks of stunned disbelief. And here's Tara Evans. Take strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Way high, ball 1. We're still in the bottom of the first inning. And here's Tara Evans waiting on the pitch. Swings and misses. Strike 1. So it's Evans on Evans. Strike 2. Pops it up. Catcher calls for it. Drifting over. Makes the catch and she drops it. So it's going to be a foul ball. Couldn't hold on to it. Touched it in foul territory, so foul ball it is. So they'll redo it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And in on the feet. 2-2 are on the count here. So we got Tara Evans at the plate, facing off against Ashura Evans, who is the pitcher for Andros. Two balls, 2 strikes. That one's driven to the left side, another base hit. And Evans jogs on down to first base with a single. Boy, they have been tattooing Ashura Evans here. Nobody out still, and all 5 batters of she's faced has gotten on. All 4, I should say. And here's Jasmine Scavala looking to continue the trend. Throw down to second base as Evans hustles down, steals second base easily. Ball 1. 1-1 now to count. That's a strike, says the umpire. Evans just trying to get one out here. And she does. Strike 3. She goes down swinging. So the first out for Grand Bahama. As Jasmine Scavala strikes out. One gone. 3-3 game. We're in the bottom of the first inning, folks. Still, there's a lot of action already. So stepping in now is Jasmine Roker. Her first at bat. Drops down the bunt. And she's going to be safe. Runners advance. Well, she went up there and got a high pitch and bunted it anyway. Strike 1. And the runner goes down to second base at second and third, one out. LaDonna Major, the first baseman, batting now for Grand Bahama as they look to take the lead. That one's knocked to the outfield. Center fielder making the catch for 2. Evans going to tag up and score, and it's now 4-3. Sacrifice fly scores the go-ahead run, and now 2 away here for Grand Bahama. Tries to bunt and it pops it up. Oh, and 1 to count. Oh, and 1 to count now to LaDonna Major. To the outfield. Going to drop in for a hit. That's going to be trouble as it gets all the way to the fence. 1 run's already in. And the speedy runner, Mikhail Foster, who's the DH, is going to come. Is going to be thrown out at third. Got too greedy. And the throw gets her at third base. Nice play by Andros there. right, so here we go. Top of the second inning coming up. We've already had some excitement here to start things off. Andrus came out into the game, scored 3 runs. Grand Bahamas since responded, 5 in the bottom of the frame. And now here we go to the top of the second. If it keeps going like this, we're going to have ourselves a barn burner here. And now here's Tara Evans on the mound, facing off against LaShanta Taylor. And here's the pitch. Now 2-0 as she takes it for a ball. Strike 1. Two balls, 1 strike now to LaShanta Taylor, the first baseman for Andros. Takes that one away. 3-1. Oh, it gets to the outside corner. That's now 2 strikes on her. 3-2. Grounder to the second base side and through for a base hit. As LaShanta Taylor leading off with a single. So the leadoff hitter on board now for Andrus, and up steps the pitcher to Shira Evans. Strike 1. Evans on Evans now. Ball gets away. That's going to allow LaShanta to head on down. So she's at second. Meanwhile, the count 1-1 to Shira Evans. 5-3 game, top of the second inning. That 2 to the right side. Gets through again for the base hit. They're not going to send LaShanta on that one. She's going to stop at third, and they'll be at the corners. Nobody out. So the Andrus hitters have made the adjustment now. They realize the outside pitch is being called a strike. Instead of trying to pull that ball, they're just punching it right through the hole. Now it's up to the Grand Bahama defense to also make the adjustment. I would imagine the second baseman should play more towards the first base side of things and not worry about the ball going up the middle, especially if you're pitching outside. Jalen Thompson takes strike 1. Third baseman now for Andros, getting her first cuts. Here's a good look at Evans now. And there's a strike. Runners at the corners. Nobody gone. Jalen Thompson batting now for Andros as they try to answer the 5 spot put up by Grand Bahama in the bottom of the inning. Still trailing by 2. Fouls it away. I'll chalk it up to maybe the weather conditions, but I just saw a photo of the track and field stadium. It is ghost town up in there. 0-2. Here's the pitch. That one's put in play. Shortstop's going to have one, but that's all they'll get. Meanwhile, LaShanta Taylor scores, and that's going to be 5-4 now. One out. So one away. And here comes the top of the order again for Andros as Paige Lamore steps back into the plate. Evans lets fly. Runner faked the steal, but then wisely went back. It's a good look at the Grand Bahama pitcher now. Strike. Top of the strike zone. One and one to Paige Lamore. That's way off the plate. For a ball. Checking on that pitch count right now. Meanwhile, Evans is about to deliver. And hustling down to second base. The throw is going to be offline. The crowd wanted her to continue running, but defense is right there. That would not have been a good decision. In the playoffs now, they've been using the two-man system for umpires. Now they go to three-man system. Want to make sure they're on top of every call here in the playoffs. And here's the pitch. And that's going to be ball four. So they're on first and second with one out here. Cintis Cooper now stepping up to the plate. And just gets one run back so far. Now trailing by just one. Outside for a ball, 1-0. Crowd starts to make their way into the arena here for tonight's activities. This being the playoffs, I understand there was maybe we might not have quite the crowd, although Bahamians do never tend to surprise me. Surprise me, I should say. Never cease to surprise me. The admission lated for the evening games has been $5 to this point, but I understand it's gone up a bit for the playoffs and championship round. So we'll see if that deters any of the strike one. We'll see if that deters some of the fans from coming out. Ball in the strike. To Cintis Cooper. She takes a big cut, but does not connect. Now she's got two on her, 1-2. There's a good look now at Grand Bahama's Tara Evans. She wants a timeout. We're still in the top half of the second inning here. Playoff round just beginning. Grand Bahama and Andros, the first game of the evening. Basketball playoffs also getting underway this evening at the Kinderleis Gymnasium. So now we're ready to get back to live play here. And Cooper takes the ball down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Cooper. We're in the top of the second. 2-2 ball game. Andrews with a runner at second. And Cooper will take ball 4. So they are loaded now. And here comes Leshana Bastian. Bases loaded. Evans in a bit of a jam here. Tara Evans, that is. And Leshana Bastian with an opportunity here to strike a big blow for Andros as they try to reclaim the lead. They led briefly 3-0 before Grand Bahama came back bottom of the first and scored 5. Since then, Andros has now put 1 back. That's a strike to Bastian. And they threaten to add a few more with the bases loaded and 1 gone. Strike 2. Now 0-2. Look of disbelief on Leshana Bastian's face at that second strike call. And she fights it off into foul territory. And he gets out of play. Follow the ball, follow the balls. So here is Evans. Trying to get past Leshana Bastian. Bases are loaded. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Down low for a ball. Boy, I tell you what. That's been called a strike. So a heart of steel from Bastian to be able to take that pitch. 1-2. And that's going to be strike 3. Like I said, he took it the first time. Well, she got lucky because the umpire's been calling that. So Bastian down on strikes. And here's Brianna Carey. Brianna Carey now will have to get it done with 2 outs. Hits it into the air to the left side. It's going to fall in for a base hit. 1 run, 2 score. And now Andros back on top. A 2-run double. And the ball's still alive. So the big catcher, Brianna Carey comes through with a base hit there, drives in 2 runs. And Andros now retakes the lead, 6-5. Up steps Shannon Woodside now. Woodside had a hit to right field her last time up. All right, Sharona Woodside then. Strike 1. I'll tell you what, that strike zone is extremely low. So apparently somebody in our booth knows her. So Sharona Woodside, I apologize. I've been calling her Shannon Woodside because that's what they had on the paper. Sharona Woodside at the plate. Hits it hard to the right side. Through for another base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes the second. That's going to be safe as well. And 8-5 in favor of Andros. Sharona Woodside gets it done once again. So, boy, Andros has responded very nicely here in the top of the second. So it's now 8-5. They scored 5 runs here. And still not done, possibly. Ball 1. As Ashanti Hart at the batter's box. Good piece of hitting by Sharona Woodside. By the way, she is the right fielder, so I think they brought in a pinch runner for her. Here's a strike, 2-1. Two-one pitch outside for a ball. Three balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch coming in. Called a strike for through. 3-2. Three-two pitch coming in. Fouls it away to stay alive. And there's Sharona Woodside making her way back over to the first base after moving on contact. Just deciding not to burn a player here to try to put some more speed on the base paths. And that's ball 4. That brings up LaShonta Taylor. And we're going to see a visit to the mound here for Sidney Thomas. Coming out to have a word with his pitcher. They've got 2 outs, but Andrews has been able to put the runs on the board. Scoring 5 here at the top of the inning to retake the lead. It's a back and forth affair. So LaShonta Taylor comes up to the batter's box. Longtime player here in the New Providence Softball Association. She is Andros born, so she's back playing for the home island here for this game. LaShonta Taylor with 2 outs. That's a ball. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Now 2-0. Two balls, no strikes to LaShonta Taylor. Now 3-0. Perhaps being a little careful here with LaShonta Taylor. She hit it very well in the first time up. Also had a hit to the right side. Ball 4 way off the plate, and they're loaded once again. So a little pressure building now for Grand Bahama. As up steps Tashira Evans. And as the pitcher for Andros, I'm sure she'd love to help her own cause here, add some more runs to the total. Strike 1. She was taken all the way after 2 walks issued. She was not going to offer at the first pitch. And perhaps, good idea, but considering what's at stake, may not get a better pitch to swing at. And she fouls that one back. 2 strikes very quickly. Looked like the exact same pitch she took for the first one she swung at for the second. 0-2 now, so little Evans on Evans going on here as Tara Evans trying to close out this top of the first. Here's the pitch. Outside for a ball. So Tara Evans trying to get that outside call. Didn't happen for it was too far away. And now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes here. And the quick pitch coming into for Tashura Evans. Grounder to the right side. Second baseman comes up, throws it over the first base in time. That time they were ready for it, and that's the 3rd out. But not before Andros puts 5 runs of their own on the board. They now have a 3-run lead, 8-5. And we will head to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Grand Bahama with some work to do. We got ourselves a barn burner going on here, run scoring festival to this point. So only 3 games played today these were the last set of regular games that took place this morning. And in that game, Mike Cal, the ladies, the game we had here for you, beat Exuma 10-0. Mike Cal, one of those teams that are going to be tough to beat down the stretch. And then you have Long Island. Their men beat the Columbus Owls in a close one, 5-4. A game that saw Columbus Owls score 4 runs in the bottom of the game and the end of the game to try to make a furious comeback against Thomas Davis. Didn't happen, though, as Long Island does hold on for the 1-run victory to remain undefeated. Grand Bahamas men beat Exuma in a game that was supposed to play last night. They changed the schedule around. They played it today. Grand Bahama beats Exuma 4-1. So they now, Exuma that is, has 2 losses to their credit. Not sure where that puts them in the standings. Exuma was expected to be one of the stronger teams in this men's play, but remember they had some controversy surrounding Edna Heath Bethel, who was not allowed to play. That diminished their pitching staff. And now here we are. So we head to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Grand Bahama now back at the plate trying to respond after giving up 5 to Andros at the top of the inning.